No, I think, yes. I have you walked out the chairs? You better fold them. Finally, my boss
This is a quote from the FTP, right? I remember you said it's a quote from F1. For the economics of your mother. Yes, I was wrong. I felt like my best. Just one thing that I think we also need to discuss with you to see maybe what is the received my invitation to travel company. Yes, if you are available, I really hope you can join. It's also here. From Stop going on. I asked them to invite, but I think she's a very full club. Finish.
You know that don't worry, teacher.
We have an education. Actually, it's a very fantastic education. You should listen. It's a really, really great one. It's a really great one. It's amazing.
You know why I thought that? He says those who are doing everything and when receive education why would you want to this is supposed to be. This and the optimism should be run by the government. Now, if the government and the people don't want to change,
Efficient way of
sorry,
I'm complaining.
we have to operate. It's the same thing like we had on Friday. The office doesn't take charge of the result next month. No, really, why did I kill myself for something which has another you know, it's like if I'm more concerned about somebody's child than their own wife. I have my own No, we had a meeting, nobody from RC office, nobody supported And then the same day we learned that we had to work on ourselves. But this was only the fifth. We didn't have anybody No, but you know, it's not about. No, I think it's not about. It's about the system. If I don't think that I but then again, insurance means management. Why should it depend on? Why should it that tomorrow if you leave and you go, let's say, to UNICEF, and somebody else comes and does it? So to me, it's not about it's about system. I'm just coming to saying here,
Should employ me to give an eye. I noticed.
unless I see
I was about to shout.
No, I'm
Hello, good morning. Apologies, we're running just a little bit late, so maybe in another 5 minutes or so we'll be starting. And do crave your indulgence, please. Thank you.
If somebody asks today that you want to go back, you know that when the RC system was deployed, all the agencies were set up RC. If somebody comes to me and tells me which ones you prefer, I will go back. is
so
the
I
chair of the
was born
our lowest is that the biggest investment is in health and education. And there's one of the sub. You see, these are issues that could have been resolved. And I had to ask my
They're talking like for sure about water.
I know my rep has discussed this. If we are not serious, if instead of fixing these big issues, we have the cafeteria. You don't need to call things names and change them. You just change them. If you feel there is a problem, you have the authority, you have the power to change it. Nelly this year is very busy with our midterm meetings. And I asked the UNFP and the business helping us together. But my question is, in the past, when RC was under usually the offices have 3 people in this RC office. My previous office was a big country, they had 3 people. Now we have an M&E person in bureaucracy. We have economic advisors, we have political advisors, we have human advisors, we have this, that. Why do I have to just do M&E? Then who should be doing M&E? Sorry, no, because everybody wants to tell me what the results are. Everybody wants to know. And then the next I went to buy
Sawubona, Kusile. Your Excellency, Honorable Neil Rachenberg, Minister of Finance, and other members of Cabinet here today. Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioner for the United Kingdom, Your Excellency, the UN Resident Coordinator, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and representatives of diplomatic missions, permanent secretaries, and senior government officials of the government of Eswatini, all other protocols observed. A very good morning to those who are here today in the room and many of others who are watching us online. This event is actually being streamed as we speak. Welcome to the launch event of the first economic update of the World Bank for the Kingdom of Eswatini, titled Raising the Game with Efficient State-Owned Enterprises. My name is Ikechi Okori. I am the country rep for the World Bank here in Eswatini, and it's my pleasure to serve as the program director this morning. Before we start though, I believe that this event is certainly going to be a very engaging session, but I would like to first of all invite the MD of Eswatini Water to please lead us in prayer as we commit this morning's event to the Almighty.
Honorable Minister, Your Excellencies, colleagues, shall we pray? Father, we thank you this morning in the name of Jesus Christ. We thank you that you are God, and besides you there is no other God. We thank you for life. We thank you for this opportunity to come and gather in this manner to consider the economy of the Kingdom of Eswatini. My Father, we place this nation in your hands and we say, Father, let it be done even as you envisaged when you created it. We bring it to you and we pray that all these deliberations that we'll do today will give glory unto you, not unto men, but as unto you. Father, we give everything to you and we say, give eloquence to the speakers, my God, and cause us, my Father God, to be united in mind and in thought. In everything that we do, my God, we'll be careful to give you honor. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Madam. Well, since we're already running late, we're not going to waste too much time. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Marie-Françoise Marinelli, who is a World Bank Country Director for Eswatini, Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and South Africa, to officially welcome you to this event.
Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Neil Rachenberg, senior government official, excellencies, development partners, private sector, academia, civil society. I think that my program director has already mentioned, so I will use the traditional expression that I am standing on existing protocols. Good morning, Sani Bonani. I am so pleased to be back in Babane again. I think that it is becoming my favorite city. I was here 3 weeks ago for the launch of the country partnership framework between the Kingdom and the World Bank Group. And it's really truly good to be back only a few days because we wanted to give the space for this particular report. So thank you to all of you for joining us today, and also welcome to those who are connected online. So we are really happy today to present this first ever economic update for the Kingdom of Eswatini. And I think that my colleagues have already given you the title that gives you a hint of what we are going to talk about, state-owned enterprises. But I would like to start by reminding you that the World Bank, of course, you know, it's a bank and it's always known for its financing. But today we want to stress another dimension of our engagement, which are our knowledge products. And in our knowledge products, we have the analytical work, and which allow us indeed to push the welcome, Honorable Minister of Commerce, which allows us to do reform advocacy, but more importantly, generate a platform for policy dialogue. But beyond this analytical work, let me say that our knowledge product, and I'm actually proud to say that it's really allowing us to connect our countries to other countries, both in the region and globally, what we call the South-South exchange. And just to mention something that is relevant for the Kingdom, during the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF, we facilitated an exchange between the Minister of Finance of Jamaica and the Minister of Finance of Eswatini and Lesotho to look at how Jamaica, which is facing, as you are aware, significant cyclone and natural risk, how do they manage to establish a financing platform that allow them to be ready for that. And I think that we have planned to invite actually the minister to the sub-region. And already I see that Minister Neil has already incorporated some of the lessons in the way the Kingdom is prepared itself in an environment when we say that we have extreme shocks given of the climate change. We also organized a visit that I led just in the month of June in Uruguay with a delegation this time not of Eswatini but Botswana and Namibia, so that they could see how a small country like Uruguay, I mean, you may not know that Uruguay is 3.5 million people and Botswana is a little bit less than 2.4, so 1 million less. They are able to provide food to 40 million people with the way they have developed the value chain. So again, lesson learned and partnership, and I just want to stress that because very often we think of the World Bank just financing and we discuss the terms and the condition, but we are doing a little bit more than that. And what we agreed during the launch and as part of this new strategy is that that will be the fundamental way of working. And of course, this means that showing what the Kingdom is doing well. We will have the opportunity to talk a little bit more about it. But I did say that the Kingdom managed to have the connection on electricity from 5% to 80%, you know, in about 15 years. We have a number of countries that are behind. So it is important, of course, to go to 100. But the point is that these steps are quite acknowledged and should be shared with other countries in the region on how to do it, as we are now looking at the SDGs and meet the 100% by 2030. So coming back on the analytical work, I would like to say that as a global institution, we produce global reports, and perhaps the one that you know most is the Global Economic Prospect that is produced biannually, that provides global development and prospect for emerging economy, but also focusing on topical challenges. And the past few ones have focused, as you can imagine, a lot on the impact on COVID on so many dimensions of development. And they are, of course, available on our website. We also produce regional reports. And I would like to mention, in the case of the countries that I'm in charge of, the SACO, we did produce a very interesting, important report on inequality last year that explained where the region stands and will project itself. And we are, as we speak, embarking on doing a report, a regional report on the drivers of growth for the SACO region that will be then expanded to the broader SADC region. But today we are here to talk about country reports. And we do produce country reports, country economic update, that are usually done annually, but also sometimes biannually. And we hope that in the case of the Kingdom, as I mentioned, this is our first, that we hope will be established as a common practice, because we think that this report helps not only to provide the World Bank views on recent economic developments and outlook, but more importantly, they usually focus on a technical topic, and a topic that is relevant for the country at the moment. So that provides, therefore, independent and timely analysis, And it also allows to connect the country to global development, and you will see in the case of this first report how we refer to global approaches. And it finally established a community of stakeholders. I think that we have a number of representatives of academia and think tanks in this room, and we are hoping that this type of approaches can develop really the platform for really informing policy reform agenda, policy debate, reaching agreement of what is useful for the countries. For this first economic update, the special topic is state-owned enterprises. And we know that this is a topic that is very important for the government and particularly for its current policy agenda. And we are very, very exciting, as I said. It is the first, but it's not the last. We will continue and deepen this new approach. And particularly, we hope that the findings of the report will support the ongoing discussions and the next step in the implementation of the macro, fiscal, and SOE reform that the government is taking. And I want to use the opportunity to, Minister Neil, acknowledge the work that you initiated yourself to make this first assessment, understand the perimeter of the state-owned enterprise and public enterprise in the kingdom, and engaging in designing a reform agenda. Of course, the challenge is to transform this agenda in real implementation, because, of course, it will have an implication, as the report will show, on the prospect of growth and inclusion in the coming years. I would like to also mention, in terms of consultation, that our team has worked very closely and in close consultation with a number of stakeholders within the government and the broader society. Let me use the opportunity to express our appreciation as a World Bank team to the colleagues for the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economic Planning and Development, the Public Enterprise Unit, the Eswatini Revenue Services, the Central Bank of Eswatini, for the excellent collaboration that we have experienced through the preparation of the report. Now, coming to the findings, I'm not going to say much because we have an eloquent team led by our macro manager, Marco Hernandez, that will present to you this element. But I just want maybe to highlight the fact that one of the key findings of the report is that both the kingdom and the SACO countries are trapped in a low growth path. So it's a very important, observation, and we hope that the report argues actually that the SOE reform, the state-owned enterprise reform, can be a key element to boost economic growth for the kingdom. So as I mentioned already, we are, in addition to this country report, preparing the drivers of growth report. So I would say stay tuned on this one. And we know that this report will again provide new elements as we try to bring our countries, help our countries move to the next level of development in this very challenging global environment that we are aware of. We are also preparing a public expenditure review that will also look at the efficiency of funding, the efficiency of budget implementation, and we hope that it will lead to proposals that will entrench fiscal sustainability of the kingdom. So, in closing, I would like to say that as a World Bank team, we are very keen to support the kingdom to chart a course toward strengthening economic growth, improving the life of all its citizens, and securing a prosperous future. Again, thank you to all of you for joining us today, and I look forward particularly to hear your perspective on the findings of the report, and also to hear your views on how we can better leverage this type of report to engage stakeholders more broadly, advance the policy agenda in the kingdom, and ensure that your ambitions can be achieved and materialized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Country Director. And thank you as well for highlighting the fact that the bank is not just about lending, it's not just about money, it's about analytical work, it's about knowledge sharing, and knowledge that actually is leveraged, that leverages our global presence in various countries around the world. I think that's what actually makes the bank quite unique. And also thank you for highlighting the fact that this economic update is actually a product of strong collaboration. Collaboration not just only with the government, but with development partners who actually work in these areas, the private sector, as well as the academia. So it's good to show that this actually is something that is not just about the World Bank, but leverages a lot of perspectives coming from most of the folks who are in the room here today. The Finance Ministry has actually been an important collaborator in the development of this first ever economic update. And our strong collaboration with the Minister of Finance obviously tells not just only the fact that they have the mandate and the macro fiscal issues, but as well when it comes to issues relating to ensuring that you have fiscal stability. So I'd like to welcome the Honorable Minister of Finance, Neil Rechenberg, just to come and give us a few remarks before we proceed to the program itself. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Morning, Minister Commerce, thanks for joining. MF, the World Bank, thank you so much. UN Country Coordinator, High Commissioner from the UK, Diplomatic Corps present, MDs, SOE heads and CEOs that we have present, government officials, private sector, welcome to everyone, and thank you so much for joining us, and good morning to you all. Having a good look at the report, as we always do have, the World Bank does fantastic reports. They really do fantastic deep analysis into our own economy. I remember one of my first meetings that I went to when I became minister was a spring meeting in Washington, D.C. And we had the World Bank present on Eswatini. And I thought to myself, my goodness, this entity at that stage, one is still quite naive, whereas this entity knows our country deeply, on all the different issues that we're battling with back home, the World Bank. And for that reason, they really have fantastic support on how to do what we need to do to try and fix our economy, to fix our government, to try and do things in the right way. So really do appreciate the deep dive and the deep knowledge that the World Bank does have on our country and our economy. But at the same time, having a good look at the report, the report does really, I mean, the work of the report is to expose the risks that we have as a country and to make it very clear as a country what we need to watch out for, where our underbelly is. But at the same time, the report doesn't actually how can I say, give enough clarity on the work that has been done, and very much with the support of the World Bank. So when when I came Minister of Finance, we found ourselves in a tough situation. Lead role in that. We developed what we call the medium-term framework, and a fiscal framework to be able to say if we need to get from here to there. And one of the key indicators, for instance, a fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit is obviously the gap between the money that you spend and the money that you have as a government. And our fiscal deficit at that point was 7.5%. And we set ourselves a goal to say, let us try and get this down to 1.5%. Everyone who saw our framework said it's way too aggressive. Countries battled to do 1% a year, and we had an ambition of doing 2% per year for those 3 years. At the same time, the World Bank provided us funding, because now the problem is with that gap is you actually need loans, you need money to close that gap every year, growing your debt, which is again not advisable, and if you don't close that gap, your debt just spirals, and you end up, as unfortunately many African countries find themselves in terribly unsustainable debt portfolio. And when you get to that point, you're ultimately taking loans to repay interest. And when you get into that space, you find yourself in very, very real trouble as governments. And so we worked very hard on that strategy and on that plan. And even though we weren't anticipating COVID, we weren't anticipating the Ukraine-Russia issues, we weren't anticipating the unrest we had in Eswatini, all those things hit us during this time. But over that period, and some of the measures were not possible, some of the measures we did better than what we expected to do, because at that point we still thought we'll be able to close 2% of the gap by increasing taxes. But obviously, because of the pain that we went through, increasing taxes is just not possible. You really can't increase taxes in a time that you're going through such very, very difficult times. But working very closely with the World Bank providing even loans to us during this time, loans with a very clear, I remember being on some of the most stressful things I've done as a minister is trying to fulfill these triggers that the World Bank had to be able to access this funding. But ultimately, doing the right thing so by the time you get the loan, you actually have put the right things in place. One has managed to get to what we are calling to a 2.2% fiscal deficit, but the World Bank's numbers, I think, are 0.3%, onto that sustainable path and remain there. And I really believe, and I want to thank the World Bank for that, actually stand up and say thank you for all that strong support that we've got there. There's a lot of things we need to fix in Eswatini, but a lot of our macros have actually we've got a lot better with them. And I do believe that with the support of yourselves and guidance and debt support in that time, we actually have managed to put ourselves on a sustainable path and now no longer need budget funding. We have project funding going forward, but we are hoping not ever really to take funding to be able to fund the budget or fund recurrent expenditure into the future. And we really sincerely hope that we'll be able to remain in that place. So just on the first part of the report, just the economic update, I think it is all very good for us to have a look at, very good for us to understand the risks that have been highlighted there, and we appreciate that. SOE reforms. And I think in Eswatini we do have, and even though we need to do reforms, I don't want that to sound like our SOEs are necessarily all in trouble. That's not the case. We have, I'll maybe even refer to one or two SOEs that are really, really performing very, very well. And I'll try and refrain from referring to any that are under the Ministry of Finance. So I'll use EEC as an example. EEC, when trouble hit with COVID, EEC was in profit-making territory. EEC was getting double-digit increases on the cost of electricity coming to EEC. EEC managed to cushion that increase and managed to pass virtually for 2 years during the peak, during the height of our pain as an economy, managed to cushion the increase in electricity tariffs through to the end consumer. Because the problem that we were having, household expenditure was under tremendous pressure and actually still is. We really believe with our budget that's now increasing with 14%, and it's actually been decreasing for a few years and now increasing for the first time. We feel the household expenditure will start feeling that relief, slowly, unfortunately. But the household expenditure pressure was extreme during that COVID period. And that cushion that EEC managed to do because of good behavior, because of profits that are being made by the entity, cushioning those impacts meant that our inflation remained constrained. So which means other countries, the inflation was just going through the roof. Not that we were comfortable with that inflation, but if you look at Eswatini's inflation compared to region, compared to world, we were doing very well. We're up there with the best. And it's because of entities like that. Had it not been for EEC managing to do that cushion there, we would have found our inflation at very, very different levels. And so just as an example, to say that when one does have good SOEs, good parastatals actually doing what they're supposed to do, and they're in good space, they really can do a huge amount to cushion pain when you have pain, and they really do help the economy from a macro point of view, not even micro point of view. From a macro point of view, really assisting to be able to do what they need to do. So, but at the same time, and obviously one's not going to name anything, at the same time, we do really need reforms within our SOEs. We have too many SOEs. We've got SOEs that we can privatize. We've got SOEs that we can merge. We've got SOEs that could come back into the ministries. We've tried. One needs to constantly, as government, look at with a fresh eye on things and have change. Governments are not great at doing change, but we need to try as Eswatini now, do change whenever we need change, recognize the good, gain from the experience of good things that are happening in the economy, and then constantly apply that and constantly do what needed. And sometimes we see it like, one is somehow punishing entities. That's not at all the case. It is a managing of supporting the macroeconomy when we do this. So the path that we are on to do SA reforms, we have started that. The first entities, what we're calling phase 1, is underway. And the World Bank's support during this process will be highly appreciated. And we know that the smarts and the deep dive that one does into this will really assist us as a country, make sure that we remain on that SA reform path and actually can complete it. So just on that, just to thank the World Bank for this time. Thank you for the report. The report's going to really help us as an economy to move forward, and to wish the rest of the meeting and the deliberations and the panelists the best during this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Thank you as well for reminding us of the progress that Eswatini has made across, both on the macro-fiscal and of course on the reform side as well. At times it's always the case that people tend to focus more on the things that haven't been done. So thanks for just kind of putting this in perspective. And I'm sure the report certainly will highlight some of those. For those who are still wondering what's an economic update, why the focus of the bank on SOEs as a topic for the report, and as well, to what extent is this report actually used to leverage policy dialogue across the world. Marco Hernandez is a practice manager who is actually leading this work in Southern Africa. He's going to speak a little bit about this, and while he does that, he will as well introduce the two authors of the report. So, Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kechi. Good morning to you all. I also stand on existing protocols, but want to thank you very much for being here today. I'm from Peru, and when I say I grew up as a country economist at the World Bank. And as a country economist, the production of economic updates like the one that we are going to be discussing today is one of the things that we do on a regular basis. We don't yet do it in all countries around the world. And I am very happy that we're having actually the first one ever for the Kingdom of Eswatini. So I'm very much looking forward to the conversation. And that is exactly the main purpose of an economic update, is to spur a dialogue, spur a conversation, debate, share ideas, and try to see if there could be some consensus that we can build so that we can translate that consensus into action. Things can always be improved, especially when we consider the very difficult situation that we're facing globally, especially for small economies in Africa. So before taking this role, I'm now the manager covering 14 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa. I was working in other regions, and I was seeing also how some of these economic updates have been building. And I wanted to start by sharing just a bit of a personal anecdote. So I took the role a bit over a year ago, and actually one of my first missions was to the Kingdom. So I came with my wife, and after several days of meetings, and I can see a lot of faces of people that we did meet or that first visit, I heard a lot about the vision and the needs and also the expectations about where could Eswatini be a year, 2, 3, 4 years down the road. And I heard a lot about stories of challenges, but also about opportunities in that visit. After several days of meetings, we end up taking a road trip across the country and visiting, of course, your beautiful kingdom, and we saw from the rolling hills to all the serene lakes and, of course, the warm people. And it was very clear to me that Eswatini had a lot of potential. And the question is how to untap it. After that visit, with the team, with Marco, with Ana Cristina, we started brainstorming about what what we could do to analyze in the kingdom. And eventually, that brainstorming led to the design of what is now the economic update and the first economic update. And you will see that basically this type of reports are essentially divided into two parts, right? One part is the assessment of the economy, which we do on a regular basis, but the other is to have a deep dive in one of the issues. And in this case, it's about state-owned enterprises. So you might be asking why state-owned enterprises. And when we do the economic updates, we tend to debate, and we said, okay, what about education? What about agriculture? What about health? What could be the things that we believe could untap that part of economic potential? And very quickly into those discussions, the conversation turned to state-owned enterprises as an opportunity for longer-term and sustained economic growth. I was telling you about this road trip, and one of the things about the road trip, we ended up in this beautiful place called Pete's Peak. And when we were there, we ended up finding this hotel, the Pete's Peak Hotel and Casino. And it's interesting because, it's beautiful view, and we had a great time. But actually later on, I found out that the Pete's Peak Hotel and Casino is the so-called Category A public enterprise in Eswatini. Right? And that caught my attention. So afterwards, we started to dig a little bit deeper about, what is the state of state-owned enterprises in the country, and why do we care? Because they matter a lot. They matter a lot because they provide critical services. They matter a lot because they are entrusted with public resources to provide those services, and they have to do that in a way that they don't affect the financial burden of the country. So the objective that they have is not only critical, but also it needs to be sustained. And there, in many countries, we have, actually in every single country in the world, we have state-owned enterprises. In the case of Eswatini, what is interesting is that there are not as many as we have in other countries in terms of numbers, but they play a critical role, and they're hugely important in the delivery of basic services, whether it's energy, transportation, water, communication, and even tourism, like the example of the Peaks Hotel. So why is it so critical to take a look at that? On the one hand, is because if we have very limited resources and with a very uncertain global environment, we need to make sure that we make the most out of the resources that we have. And here, state-owned enterprises play a critical role. On the other hand, we do know from international experience that in those places where state-owned enterprises are very efficient, transparent, and deliver the services with good quality, those are the places where private investors come and stay. So they also play a bigger role for not only ensuring faster economic growth, but to make sure that that faster economic growth brings also job creation. So I will pass it next to Marco and Ana Cristina to show us a little bit of what we have found in this report. And Marco is going to start by telling us about the state of the economy and what are the prospects over the next couple of years in terms of growth, inflation, and all those important economic indicators, but they're bringing that conversation back, and Ana Cristina is going to tell us about what she has found about state-owned enterprises and how they can help to deliver faster growth and job creation. This is the start of a conversation. We try to put these economic updates in a way that we have some useful graphs and numbers to debate, but take that as an entry point for the discussion. At the end, we know that we should not be sticking to our business as usual. Minister Neil was very eloquent in his remarks about saying that the government sometimes takes time to change, but that change is critical, and adapting to change, especially in the circumstances that we are. So we're hoping that you would join us in this journey, and I very much look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Marco? I think we're getting to the real meat of the event today. So, Marco.
Good morning. Let me recognize the ministers here present. Then I can say all protocols observed. Before I present this economic update, let me say I'm privileged, or in our African culture, I can say I'm lucky. Why am I lucky? It's because, as has been said, this is the first economic update for Eswatini from World Bank. And you know, anything first is good. So, so this, is it moving? Okay. So as has been said by Marco, I will present the recent macroeconomic developments and outlook. And first, let me give you the overview of the recent macroeconomic developments. The first is on economic growth, that there are positive prospects, but amid domestic and external headwinds. The second point is that inflation, as Minister has said, has been rising, but below SACCO averages. In other words, this is the only country in SACCO that has remained in the 3 to 6% band. The third point is the external sector. Here, the current account reached a deficit for the first time in a decade. And international reserves, which are critical buffers for the external shocks and fiscal shocks, have been below international norms. My third point is, my fourth point is on the fiscal situation. Minister, we recognize that the fiscal situation has improved significantly, and we appreciate that. But we are saying policy response should continue. The other point is on the outlook, that we are seeing that the outlook is very encouraging, but subject to multiple risk. And of course, we end up with policy options. So this is the first on economic growth. So if you look at this these graphs, you see that Eswatini economic growth has been low compared to lower middle-income countries. For us, World Bank, we always want to compare what is happening to other countries. So here you can see that before 2020, Eswatini's economic growth was low compared to lower middle-income countries. The positive is that it has been increasing. So this is positive. That it has been low, but it's catching up. Of course, lower middle-income countries, the growth is also declining. But if you look post-pandemic, the growth is actually above lower middle-income countries, but it's declining. This is positive. That it's now above, but it's now some risk that it's declining, or it's slowing, if you want to say it. But then let's compare it to SACCO countries. You can see that Eswatini, compared to SACCO countries, performed much better than most SACCO countries, except Botswana. But the key point here, the key message is that it's all SACCO countries are trapped in a low growth path. And the Eswatini also is trapped in low growth path. Why we say that? It's because the average, if you look at the average, it's around 3%, which is low. But now take the average of Eswatini. We know the historical perspective that if you take 1980 to 1995, during the apartheid era, the growth was averaging 7.1%, if you want to be specific. But then after apartheid, it started declining. What does it tell us? It tells us the movement of capital back to South Africa. The decline even in domestic investment. So we appreciate now the shift of the government to say they are promoting private sector-led growth. This is the background from us as World Bank. Let me dwell a little bit on the drivers of growth. Here we see that industry contribution, the external headwinds, the war in Ukraine has affected the domestic economy negatively. So you can see that in 2022, growth slowed. And one of the reasons is that industry contribution, which is is it blue or green? I don't know okay. They are saying it's blue, so it's blue. So if you see, oh, sorry. Okay, so if you see, you see that the industrial contribution to economic growth is actually not there in 2022. In other words, it's negative, or if you want, it's muted. So this shows that the external factors, especially the war in Ukraine, has affected industry, especially the manufacturing sector. One, through trade. Two, through increase in production cost. And then we have that. But also, if you look at the supply of the demand side, you see the effect that consumption has declined in 2022. And this is mainly due to high inflation, that this has affected private consumption a lot. Then, of course, government consumption also declined. We know the fiscal situation that was prevailing. Let me move to now look at the inflation dynamics. So inflation pressures increased in 2022. And as has been said, it increased from 3.7, to be specific, to 4.8 in 2022. But the good news is that it is below SACU averages. That's positive. But there is a negative part. The negative part is that food inflation has more than doubled the 6% upper band. So we know that food inflation mostly affects the poor because they spend a lot of money. Actually, literature says that the poor spend up to from 60 to 80% of their income. They spend on food. So just imagine inflation increasing like this. So if you look so if you look in food inflation, it's very high. Traded inflation, we are just focusing on those commodities that are traded. It's also very high. This just shows the impact of external sectors or a war in Ukraine on inflation. But what I want to draw your attention here is on food inflation. That if you compare SACU countries, all SACU countries, on food inflation, you'll see that Eswatini is second to Botswana in 2022. But in 2023, Eswatini is overtaking all countries. It's now the highest in terms of food inflation. So this is a thing to watch. But as I said, this has impact on the poor. And poverty has increased in 2022. We usually measure our poverty using the lower mid-income poverty line. And it is showing that it has increased to around 55%. But this is in the face of high unemployment, about 33% in 2021, and also declining labor force participation rate. So this is a constrained environment. The other impact of inflation is the tightening of monetary policy. So if you check this graph, I just put the bank rate for South Africa and Eswatini. They move together, of course. But there are some positives in this. The first positive, or the positive here, is that the real interest rate is now positive. In other words, this encouraged savings, as you can see from that graph. But the negative is that interest rates are now above pre-pandemic levels. This is very high. What does it mean? It means that borrowing costs are also high, meaning private sector activities are affected. But it also means that even those that have borrowed might fail to borrow, might fail to service the debt. What does that mean? This is shown on non-performing loans. They are increasing in 2023. And we hope now that of course, this tightening monetary policy is not unique to Eswatini, it's across the globe. And now the recent monetary policy MPC statement has reduced the repo rate from 7.75 to 7.50. Let me move to the external sector. So the external sector for Eswatini has been much better than most countries. One, that the current account has always been in surplus. But in 2022, for the first time in history, since 2011, or in a decade, the current account entered into a deficit. And we know the reason. One is the decline in SACCO revenue. You can see the yellow line. Two is the increase in imports. You know, the Ukraine war has led to an increase in fuel, has led to an increase in tradables. And this has an impact on the current account. But it doesn't end there. It also has an impact on international reserves. And international reserves are critical. They are the buffers for any shocks. So if they decline below international norms, that is the usual 3 months import, we flag as a risk. Let me point out to two interesting things here. It's in 2023. In 2023, SACCO revenues are doubling. Good news. Current account is returning to the surplus zone. Good news. But what is surprising is this drop in international reserves. If Minister has not spoken, I should have asked him to say, may you explain? But he has already spoken, so it's fine. But this is a paradox. Let me move to the fiscal. The fiscal situation, as the minister said, and even as the data is showing, has improved significantly. This is a fiscal adjustment without a program. This is a fiscal adjustment driven by the government. We know what happened. The fiscal adjustment plan. So deficit increased. Look at the deficit there. It was about 8.6%. If you want to take, let's say, 2017, if you want to take the other one, it's even more. So this fiscal adjustment has led to a continual decline in fiscal deficit to reach about 5.3% in 2022. And if you take 2023 is actually 2.2, as Minister said. This is good news. We know the fiscal adjustment involved constraint or restraining wage increase through freezing hiring. All these contributed to this, and other fiscal measures, expenditure, restraint in recurrent. So this is good. This is good news, and we recognize that. Let me let me bring you to this two situations. The first is that SACCO revenues are doubling. They are leading to a decline in fiscal deficit, which is very good news. But what is a little bit concerning is that this is associated with increase in spending. So we always learn from history, from the past trends. If you look at 2016, 2017, SACCO revenue were actually coming from being high in 2015. Government increased wages, about 17% above even inflation in inflation levels. By then, in 2016, this has led to an increase in expenditure areas, led to an increase in fiscal deficit, led to a decrease in international reserves. So we are flagging this, that this increase in spending in the face of fiscal adjustment, if continued, might bring back us to history memories, where SACCO revenues were used to finance recurrent spending, or if we want to say it, rigid spending lines like wages, which are not easy to reduce over time. Of course, the SACCO revenue remains. The economy continues to depend on volatile SACCO revenue, as been shown. And let me refer to my country director that we are working on the public expenditure review, and we hope in this public expenditure review, it will reveal more ways on how to raise domestic revenue, to move away from this reliance on volatile SACCO revenues. Okay, so let me now go to the outlook. But before I go to the outlook, we are there. You see that? I'm standing at the corner there. It's very, very nice. Eh? But the outlook is encouraging, but subject to multiple risks. So, one, let me say what we are observing in the global economy, that the global economy is slowing. Our projections for global economy is that 3% growth to 2.1% in 2023. IMF recently released 3.5 to 3.1. So the trend is that the global economy is slowing. Most trading partners are facing slow economic growth. It's only China which is growing, but it is also now facing challenges because of the real sector, of the property market problems. But this, it means that when even South Africa, the projected growth is actually 0.3, very low, but it's the major trading partner of Eswatini. So this means that even this shapes our projection. Our projections, we are projecting that the economy will grow by 3% for 2023 and even 2024. But we are taking that external sector remains, doesn't deteriorate, moderate global economy, then continued increase in SACCO revenue. You know, this 3% is shaped by the doubling of SACCO revenue that is leading also to an increase in government spending. And this stimulates the whole economy in terms of services, wholesale trading services. So that 3% is anchored on that. But let me just point out two issues on this. You can see from this graph that the economy heavily depends on SACCO revenue. In other words, all macroeconomic trends are moving in SACCO revenue, which is not, which is a risk. You look at the fiscal balance, it's moving. Look at the international reserves, it's moving. Look at current account, real GDP, it's also moving. So it depends that the economy relies heavily on that. There are several multiple risks to our projections. One is the global rise in interest rate, which has implication for debt financing. We have reduced demand for exports, even for South Africa. We have inflationary pressures that we talked about, climatic shocks. I'm just hearing about this El Nino. And it reminds me when we were doing another study here on disaster risk financing, how El Nino has had a devastating impact on the economy, from fiscal to growth to everything. So let's hope it will not be the case. So what we are saying here, if these risks materialize, it means that even our growth projections will be reduced. That's the main message here. So let me now conclude with policy options. With these policy options, we have 3 pathways that can help for faster growth and also for job creation. The 3 paths, we start with macro, that the government should address macro fiscal pressures. We focus on 2 pillars here: the fiscal consolidation, which involves the current one, the continued implementation of the current fiscal adjustment plan, or the revamp of that, then also reduction in arrears. These are just examples. Reduction in tax expenditure arrears, this is just examples. The second pathway is unlock private sector investment. Here, we focus on 2 issues: business climate and export-oriented policies. Because Eswatini is a small country, so for sustained growth, it also needs to be private sector, export-led economy. So we focus on that there is a need for diversification. About 90% of the exports are from 3-4 products. So we hope this might help to fasten economic growth. The business environment, this relates to business climate policies. We have 2 here. Of course, commercial court, then we have also SME guarantee, but there are so many. Actually, the minister is here. We take note of the various initiatives that the government has done, especially to the economy, the 90 million COVID SME fund, the 45 million SME guarantee scheme. All these, we take note that they support this. Then the last one is on service delivery. Here we focus on also on 2 issues, but mainly it's on the efficiency of public spending and also SOE reform. So with this, we hope these various policies, you read them in the report. I will not go through them, but you read them in the report. With this, let me end here and call my colleague, Anna Christina.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Ikechi. And good morning to everyone. My name is Ana Cristina Barros. I'm a senior governance specialist based in Maputo, Mozambique. And it's my first trip to Eswatini. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. Hopefully it won't be my last trip. But I've been working with on Eswatini for about over a year now. And I've had the pleasure to work closely with the government on SOE reforms, and I take the opportunity to congratulate you on the work you've done in this regard. So I really liked Marco's pyramid or triangle, so I borrowed it because I think it lays out nicely the way that SOEs, the channels through which SOEs have an impact on the economy. So I'll start from there before getting into detail from the report. Basically, there are 3 main channels, which is the fiscal, service delivery, and private sector/competition. And I think it's important to consider the three. Sometimes there's a tendency to look at one aspect, looking just at the service delivery reforms that need to be made, and that's usually what happens when we're looking, say, from a sectoral lens, how to improve service delivery of SOEs, but then that often has repercussions on the other two sides, particularly on the fiscal side or on the private sector side. So really, we're trying to look at this at the SOE sector from a comprehensive perspective, So from the fiscal side, for example, SOEs can contribute to, in the form of dividends, tax payments, etc., to the fiscus, or they can also detract from it, right, through subsidies, through equity injections, and also through the buildup of fiscal risks, such as contingent liabilities, debt, etc. On the service delivery side, many SOEs, and in Eswatini it's no exception, are responsible for delivering truly essential public services: electricity, water, transport, communications. And these are essential not just for the lives and the livelihoods of citizens, but also for business. So in a context where we're thinking of improving the business environment, boosting economic development, the way in which SOEs work, their efficiency, is essential for economic growth. And finally, private sector development and competition. Oftentimes, when we support SOEs through subsidies or through financing, there are effects on the overall private sector playing field, let's say. And there may be negative consequences for private companies. So that's just something to keep in mind, that when we try to improve the performance of SOEs, that doesn't come at the cost of crowding out private players in these sectors, right? When there is competition to be had, be it right now or potentially. So the overview, I'll just quickly go through, is just basically to look at the role of SOEs and how it's evolved, and in the case of Eswatini. The issue of the legal definition, which is something that we go back to several times in the report. The issue of the financial performance and the consequences for the fiscal consequences of low performance, and the benefits and opportunities of an efficient SOE sector. And finally, we'll look at some policy options going forward. So firstly, I very much take Minister Reichenberg's comments to heart, and I would like to congratulate Eswatini for the work that's been done and recognizing SOE reform as a priority. Often, it's not very common to see such a proactive stance by a government in addressing SOE reform. Often, it comes after a crisis, I'm from Brazil. There was a huge reform after Petrobras and the Lava Jato scandal, And here, it was much more proactive, and seeing that going forward, this was something that needed to be addressed. And it comes through in many, as you can see here, and many of the different strategies and plans of the government, all looking at fiscal sustainability and economic growth. And here is just to go back to specifically looking at the fiscal side, and looking at the impact that SOEs can have on the budget, be it through direct means or indirect means. This is a general chart, so it's not, it wasn't developed for Eswatini specifically. It's by the IMF. But basically, what we can look at some direct forms of support, such as subsidies, capital transfers, capital injections, direct budgetary support from the government to SOEs. And this is really the main channel through which support is given in the case of Eswatini to SOEs. There is also, in many countries, through the financing angle, right? Which is down here through lending support. However, here, in the context of Eswatini, this isn't so much of an issue. It's really through direct budget support. So on the fiscal risk side, this is less of a problem here in Eswatini as it is in other countries. And then you see the impact on, it says quasi-fiscal activities. We also call them public service obligations in the reports, right? Which are ways through which SOEs, say, carry out a public service mandate, right? Through delivering goods or services at below market or sometimes even below cost recovery prices, requirements to develop infrastructure. And usually these types of, the good practice is that these types of activities are reimbursed, they're transparent, and they're reimbursed, right? But this is often, for a number of reasons, this doesn't happen, right? This is OECD best practice, but even in many OECD countries, there's the transparency side, but not necessarily the reimbursement side. So this is kind of the overall interaction between SOEs, the government, and citizens and businesses. And we'll kind of refer to several of these channels going forward. So, again, to congratulate the government, the Public Enterprise Act in 1989 was a significant step forward. And it did something that was quite groundbreaking in a sense, which was to create a monitoring unit within the Ministry of Finance to monitor state-owned enterprise, or in the case of Eswatini, they're called public enterprises. And this is something that's an international good practice. It's recommended by the bank, by the OECD, and in the SOE guidelines for governance. So at the time, it was very much fit for purpose for your SOE sector. However, nearly 35 years on, there's some recommendations to adjust this law, and I'll get into this. But there are basically two main issues that we raise in the report. One has to do with the legal definition of public enterprises here in Eswatini, and the second has to do with the role of the state in economic activity. So on the legal definition, the Public Enterprise Act covers really a heterogeneous mix of entities, which is, I wouldn't say unusual, because many times there are heterogeneous entities that are considered SOEs. But in the case of Eswatini, actually the vast majority of entities that are covered and considered public enterprises are more, as we would say, parastatals, agencies that are more of a public sector nature than truly an enterprise that carries out commercial activity. No? So overall, the number of SOEs has been growing, of public enterprises has been growing. There were about 35 Category A in 2010. It's grown to 49 today, plus the 22 Category B. So there are about 70 public enterprises currently, no? However, most of these are parastatals. There is the Revenue Authority, which is highly unusual to have a revenue authority to go under the SOE framework, and several regulators as well. And then in terms of what's internationally considered an SOEs, you have the financial institutions, the state-owned financial institutions that are supervised by the central bank, and which were not the focus of this report, and the truly commercial SOEs. So out of these 70, there are 10 that are commercial SOEs that follow the internationally accepted definition. When I say internationally accepted, it's what the OECD sets forth and what the World Bank, IMF follow as well. And this was in the IMF report, I believe this year or last year, where it recommends also classifying public enterprises in accordance to GFS. So the numbers have grown. No, the staff has doubled since 2017 for the overall public enterprise sector, from about 4,000 to 8,000. and mostly work in SOEs in finance, utilities, education, health, telecom, and transport. This is 85% of all staff are in these kinds of SOEs. So in terms of financial performance, as you can see, the net income has been declining over time. Oh, before getting into this, just to say that all financial analysis in the report, we focus on commercial SOEs and specifically on 7, right? Because these are the largest commercial SOEs. Together, they represent approximately 95% of total assets of the commercial SOEs, of the 10 commercial SOEs. And these 7, as you can see down there, are the electricity company, the water company, the post and telecom, railways, airlines, the Maize Corporation, and the hotel, which was mentioned by Marco, Pig's Peak. So, as you can see, profitability has been declining. Much of the profitability was, as Minister Reichenberg noted, due to the good performance of the electricity company, of EEC. That has been going down, the profitability, mostly due to freezes in the tariffs, right? Which he also mentioned due to COVID and how it acted as a buffer for this. And I think this was something that many SOEs had to deal with during COVID. And it's just, one thing that I would like to alert is just that using it's common to use SOEs as a policy instrument, no? Particularly, say, in distributional policies and things like that. The issue is that there may be distortions as a result, or there may be impacts, unintended impacts, right? Externalities with regard to the fiscal position, for example. So I think one thing, and we'll go back to this in the recommendations, is to consider alternatives to SOEs. There are alternatives to SOEs to carry out the same policy objectives, no, that are less distortionary, such as going through pricing, and sometimes less distortionary and better targeted. So these are things to consider going forward when considering these public sector obligations of SOEs. With regard to the debt, we do mention debt because this is something that we always mention, but this is not particularly alarming in the case of Eswatini. I'm referring to the 7 largest commercial, no? Because as I said previously, the main channel for support to these SOEs has been through capital injections and direct subsidies, not through debt. So it has gone up, it's doubled in fact, however, from a very, very low base, okay? And almost all of the debt is long-term debt. So it's not like financing its working capital or anything like it. It's mostly long-term debt for investments and so on. And we've also found that the commercial SOE sector has been a net drain on the budget. So on the left-hand side, you see the outflows from the national budget to the 7 SOEs, and this is mostly as I said, in subsidies and equity injections. On the right-hand side, you see the inflows to the national budget, and EC is the main contributor. This is mostly through taxes, and to a much smaller extent, some small dividends that are paid. But on average, over the past 5 years, there's been a net outflow of about $32 million a year in these subsidies and equity injections. So most of it, as you can see, goes to the railways and to the airlines. I think the main takeaway here is just to consider, given the tight fiscal space in Eswatini, if these, over the past 5 years, $160 million or so, if this is how you want to direct these scarce resources, right? Because there is an opportunity cost for supporting SOEs, and this is the case in any country. But it's a policy decision to what extent this is the preferred choice for Eswatini. So now to look at the policy options. So the recommendations or the policy options that we set forth in the reports really focus on, as an overarching objective, to improve the efficiency of these 7 commercial SOEs. However, just to take a step back, I just remembering that trying to focus on, when you look at reform of the SOE sector, to look at all 3 sides of the pyramid, no? So not just from the, we're focusing on financial, but this is, this is just one aspect. And the recommendations are broadly grouped into 3. So the first is rethinking the state's role in the economy. The second is to strengthen the legal framework. And the third is to strengthen governance and oversight. And through these 3 broad groups of recommendations, we believe that Eswatini can significantly improve the efficiency of the SOE sector. So I'll go quickly through the recommendations, just maybe highlighting a few that are particularly notable. The first is this issue of having an ownership policy that includes a clear rationale for maintaining SOE ownership. What happens in many countries is that there's a historical legacy aspect, right? An SOE is an SOE because it's always been an SOE, and there's just this, kind of inertia keeping it, which makes it go forward. So I really commend the government and the report, the SEPARC study that was carried out, where it really takes a step back to question, like the raison d'être for some of these for some of these companies. And this is not a one-time thing. This is something that should be, as Minister Reichenberg said, to kind of look with fresh eyes at the portfolio and to see if it makes sense to keep these SOEs as such. This is something, for example, that Germany does every 2 years. It looks at the overall portfolio and just does a review. No. One of the reasons to have an SOE be an SOE is precisely the issue of market failure. But when you look at the list, there are many that do not seem to address, a clear market failure. And so this is one reason to really carry out this exercise. The trade-offs between funding the SOE sector and others and other policy prerogatives, that's something that we already talked about on the opportunity costs. And finally, the last point is on the public service obligation, which is linked to the previous one, right? So looking at not just the policy imperative per se, but also the financial impact and alternative policy instruments that can be used. Just 2 more minutes, I'll wrap up. On the legal framework, I won't spend too much time here because I think we've spoken about this quite a bit. The only thing that I would like to say is that there is a need to rethink about the definition and also to have a separate framework. The issue isn't so much, it's not, it can sound like very technical and detailed. It's not that. It's not that you need, a best practice definition. It's more to ensure that the law is fit for purpose, right? Because different kinds of entities need different kinds of frameworks. And in the case of, and that's why we talk about the regulatory agencies, there's a higher level of public accountability. There's a completely different mandate, right, of regulatory agencies, which the public enterprise law may not address adequately those needs. And finally, this issue of commercial and regulatory functions, that's something that we discuss in the report as well, and which was also discussed in the country private sector diagnostic from last year, because of the potential conflicts of interest that may arise due to the merging of these functions. And that's also recognized in the ESEPAC report and in the related action plan that was issued by the government. And finally, strengthening governance and oversight. The Public Enterprise Unit has been doing very good work already in monitoring and collecting the information and analyzing the information. And we suggest to go a step further in the monitoring. First of all, to go beyond just the 49, category A, because while the 22, it gives the impression that these are just minority holdings. It would be important to have a clear stock take on all of the minority holdings, but these include beyond minority holdings to other types of entities as well. So having a full inventory would be important. The merit-based guidelines for board members is important, in, not just here, but in many, many countries. And this is a natural, say, evolution of the SOEs, to go from very strict monitoring to kind of devolving more and more powers to boards. But the only way that you can do this is to ensure that these boards are well capacitated and responsible and can do their jobs very well. And so doing this over time is very important. And finally, this issue of transparency of SOE information. This is very important. Eswatini is not an IDA, we call an IDA country, which is International Development Association country. However, to show how important this is actually an IDA requirement, right? To have an aggregate report of SOEs. This is something that's been in this, and it's also recommended by the OECD, it's recommended by the bank. So having an overall report that analyzes the sector as a whole, it's good for you as a shareholder, for the government as a shareholder, and for the people who are the ultimate, say, owners, right? The citizens that are the ultimate shareholders of SOEs. So not just producing this, but publishing this information. And likewise, publishing the financial statements, the audit reports, the annual reports of SOEs. This is something that we recommend in all the countries we work in. A lot of the issues that we have in SOEs has to do with lack of information. And this is not just coming from a external perspective. Internally, for making decisions, you really need information that's timely, that's relevant, that's comprehensive, right? To make the decisions that you need to make as shareholder. So maybe just to take a step back, we've been focusing on the 7 commercial. Maybe just take a step back and go look at the overall portfolio of the 70. So as I mentioned, the government has carried out this restructuring plan, action plan for the SOE sector, which is quite good. We had the honor to give some comments in this regard. And one of the comments that is in the plan is to downsize the portfolio. No, that's one of the actions, is to try to streamline the portfolio. And maybe just we wanted to include something in this regard, some more concrete, say, suggestions. So right now you have both commercial SOEs and non-commercial, right, as I said before. So one avenue to pursue is to have a separate institutional and governance framework that's fit for purpose for these non-commercial entities. With regard to the commercial enterprises, look at those that operate in a competitive environment and those that do not. For the ones that do operate with competition, these divestiture can be a consideration, can be a policy option for these. For the ones that do not operate in a competitive environment, to see if competition can be introduced, be it overall or be it in certain segments in which the company is active, right? And so if it can be introduced, also divestiture can be considered for those segments in which competition is a possibility. And then for the ones that are not, that would be say like the core SOEs that will remain in the portfolio of the government to really focus on strengthening the governance, to strengthening the regulatory framework, the accountability framework, and transparency. So thank you very much. That's all from the SOE side. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Christina. Thank you, Marco. Very rich, detailed presentation. Interestingly, we have a panel that will discuss this, basically offering perspectives. But before we go there, though, just to crave your indulgence, if you permit me, we're supposed to be having a coffee break about now, but at the same time, we're supposed to be breaking for lunch at 11:50. So I'm just wondering if it's okay for us to just continue. So we finish, then we'll have lunch, and we can continue our conversations during lunch. Is that okay for everybody? Okay, great. Thank you so much. But at the moment, though, just for us to officially present the report, okay, yeah. Okay, if 5 minutes to just grab some coffee and come back, that would be great, and stretch your legs. But 5 minutes, please. Yeah. Thank you. Once they come back.
Thank you, well done. That is George. Maybe somewhere it should be, but I don't know. I have these guys on. something going on there. I think
So they're in there, so they're in the legislation, and there are three paths towards getting the decision. Now I speak to the person who dealt with it specifically, not the ERS expert, so I'm still in but essentially there's three paths. It changes its category. So if you take its capacity or it's a different category, then you qualify. I don't know if I don't know what the category archetypes are, but I don't know if they considered when they went to 15 went down. So they're going to have questions for you. I don't know if when the ERS basically went down to rating and then like and I think it was okay, so my senses, and I have to go to the global expert here. But the issue is, I wasn't one thing to hear is in some level out basically they have no on the basis of so it comes from South Africa, that's how so they go through the process and they qualify as a local origin. So then they basically just down to the line. It is the third category. There's so many legislations that have been built. One is the other one is the bonus reduced, and the other one is it changes its category from the input to the service. I don't know what the archetypes are, and Nelly is just the person who dealt with it. She didn't have an ERS. She was helpful. She ran everything that said, I want to go to my personal money answer. She ran everything, but I don't think she had a level of like basically understanding this, which is like this was not an option. But I think there's someone who's going to be next to the conversation. No, I said now I'm also
How do I start? Do I criticize all of what we've done? Yeah, this is what's
great presentation, guys.
the part was
which is also a monetary policy risk.
we do need to have that conversation and make it shorter. 2 hours. But also some We are starting the process from the beginning. From 7 and
So where is Victoria? Doesn't different government departments. I'm myself.
Was this one open?
We can have a seminar there. Leave it there. Remember, you said there's 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to officially present the report. So could I kindly invite the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Commerce and Investment, the World Bank Country Director, and the authors of the report. Thank you very much. Now, over the past 1 hour or so, you've listened to the presentations, and just listening to presentations, the report very clearly is very obvious in letting us know that restructuring of SOEs will create new opportunities for private sector and, of course, accelerate economic growth. The report as well from the presenters suggests that making SOEs more efficient will reduce their reliance on public spending, boost private sector-led growth, which is basically, well, something that is needed to absorb the growing youth labor force. Now, to discuss these findings, and we're going to try as much as possible to make this very interactive as much as possible. To discuss these findings and related issues, please join me in welcoming a very distinguished panel of discussants who will be talking about this report. First, I would like to welcome Mr. Ernest Mkhota, Managing Director of Eswatini Electricity Company. Also join me in welcoming Ms. Busangani Mhilapi, Director for Public Enterprise Unit. Did I pronounce it right? You can stay in the middle. Yeah, thanks. Mr. Sifiso Mamba, Chief Economist, MEPD. Mr. Sikhumbuso Lamini, Research Director, Central Bank of Eswatini. But last but not the least, Mr. Sanele Sibia, Lecturer, Department of Economics, University of Eswatini. We're hoping to make this interactive. There'll be a Q&A session, certainly. For those online, they're following us and they're sending us their questions and comments and feedback. And of course, after the event itself, the authors will be available to the media to answer any questions that they do have. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps I can start with you, Chief Economist. The 2023 to 27 NDP identifies a few things: fiscal stability, enhanced and dynamic private sector that supports sustainable and inclusive growth as critical outcomes. Listening to the presentations today, you can see it very clearly aligns and echoes the report findings. What are, in your views, the key foundational policy priorities that you think are critical to accelerate economic growth and transformation in Eswatini?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Yes, having gone through the report and also the presentation, it is clear that it is very much in line with our own National Development Plan for 2023-24 to 27-28. That plan also identifies, for instance, the issue of good governance as very primary to ensuring that we get the economy to grow back to sustainable levels. Obviously, the private sector makes investments today with the hope of reaching the benefits in future. So it is very important that that future can be predicted. So issues of macroeconomy, stability, inflation must be predictable. Interest rates must also be predictable within reasonable levels, of course. So very much in line. And then also the issue of the private sector, getting the private sector to be the key driver for growth is very important. And it has always been important, actually, for the government, and I think it has always been the policy of the government that the private sector should drive economic growth. We've always, for a long time, we've had something called an investor roadmap, which was trying to deal with exactly that, ensuring that all obstacles that the private sector face are removed as much as possible. And our view is that most of those that can be easily removed have actually been removed. To start a business in this country, it doesn't take a long time to register a business. Maybe there are still a few other things, but I think we need to get to the specifics on what exactly are these major things that maybe still remain to be done. And modernizing agriculture. Agriculture is in the NDP as well as a very critical area. So many of our people are dependent on agriculture. 70% of the people live in rural areas where agriculture is the main activity happening there. So we need to look at things such as value chains, how to ensure that agriculture is based on a strong foundation where all obstacles from production to consumption, all the obstacles are removed. And we are doing that. The government is already doing that with reasonable success. So we just need to expand on that. The Minister of Agriculture is currently, I think last week was having an agriculture investment, was preparing an agriculture investment plan for the next 5 years, which is also trying to ensure that we identify all critical transformative projects that can be implemented and policies that need to be put in place to get agriculture into the right footing. Human capital and social capital development are also very important. Also, a major thrust from the NDP as well to say, look, ensure that the people are developed in terms of education, health, and social protection, because your people are your main asset. So I think the economic update is also emphasizing on that, and also the partnership framework that we have with the bank. So by and large, I think I'll say those are the key areas where the NDP says let us focus on, and I think the economic update is also basically in line with that. So maybe let me end there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Economist. Really appreciate that. It's good that you highlighted to us, the need for improving the business environment, and of course the key sectors that obviously are going to drive growth for the future. More particularly, the importance of human capital. Interestingly, last week, the Prime Minister was in Dar es Salaam, basically speaking about this particular issue, how you can use human capital to drive economic transformation for Eswatini. So thank you for raising that point. Ms. Buzangani, I'm going to come to you just to follow up on what the Chief Economist has said. In 2022, ESEPAC had done a report. I think one of the presenters had mentioned it today. And part of that work presented a kind of high-level summary that was called, it's like a work plan, an implementation plan that basically identified low-hanging fruit for things that needed to be done. As director of the PEU, which obviously has the mandate to monitor the operational and financial affairs of Category A, public enterprises, what measures are actually either being implemented at the moment or being considered to improve the management and performance of SOEs?
Thank you, facilitator. Good morning, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, and protocol observed. Thank you very much. It is true that SEPAC came up with that report, and it was at high level, as you've mentioned, adopted by Cabinet, and it is now awaiting the implementation, because as a Minister of Finance, we also need those technical expertise to assist the ministry in the implementation, since this is considered as a very big task and also first of its kind in the country. And we want to ensure that it is properly done. And also we want to ensure that they are very engaging consultations with all the affected stakeholders. On the issue of ensuring the improvement of the management and performance of SOE, one thing I want to bring to the attention of the House today, more especially to even at political level, to my honorable minister, it is the issue of the legislation. I think the Public Enterprise Control and Monitoring Act, seemingly it's now outdated because of a clash in a number of clauses within it. The issue of the alignment of the classes of the entities remain a concern. We have had a number of meetings with the World Bank, whereby we're trying to define how we define our SOEs in the country vis-a-vis the best practice when you compare with the definition in other parts of the world, that is globally. I think from the presenter, Christine, we really appreciated the approach in which we have to differentiate our SOEs, because it will be the SOEs, the regulatory authorities, and the agencies. As a Minister of Finance and as PEU, we are very much in agreement in the way we need to classify our entities, and that will be entailed in the legislation that we want to amend. And also in that legislation, we want to come up with the regulations. The Act was enacted in 1989, so operationalizing it has become a challenge because there are no regulations in place. And once we come up with the new one, with the clear definition of our current parastatals into the recommended 3 groups by SEPAC, and also trying to come up with the regulations, it's one of the tasks we want to engage to as the Public Enterprises unit. I must say that we really appreciate the critical role that is played by our SOEs. Please allow me to use the terminology SOE to include all the 3 categories. We really appreciate the critical role that is played by our SOEs in the economic improvement and development of the country. And also, as a Minister of Finance, we want to improve the issues of governance. Governance remains a major challenge, because once there is no proper governance, the entities are not in a position to perform up to the expected standards. The issue of governance, it starts also at a higher level on the issue of the appointment of the boards in the entities. I think I was happy when Christine was making her presentation. It was also highlighted that we need to have the competent people who sit in the board. A facilitator, I think I must say that most of the time when we have such exercises, we try to make sure that as a ministry, as PEU, we have the database for the people with those diverse skills in which the ministers who are responsible for the appointment use that database in appointing their boards in the various ministries. But also we want to ensure that the people who are appointed, they have the relevant skills for that particular entity. Also, we are cognizant of the decline in the performance of the entities. And as PEU, we had looked into a number of issues that maybe we can bring about to ensure that entities perform into the level whereby the shareholder, that is the government of Eswatini, is looking at their maximum performance. So we want to also introduce or to ensure that we have performance agreements with the entities and also the performance contracts with the captain of industries, so that from time to time, as PEU, we are able to monitor, to ensure that they are performing in alignment with the agreements that are in place. And those agreements will also be in line with our national development plan as a country, and also in line with the country's strategic plan. We have seen that as a tool that will enhance the performance of entities. And also as the Minister of Finance, the PEU, we are working on trying to change the way in which our entities are reporting on a quarterly basis. There are tools that had been introduced by the IMF, but I think we are halfway to those tools. We want to ensure that as PEU, we introduce the tool for the reporting by our SOEs, and it will assist us in analyzing their performance, and it will also be giving a much clearer picture of both the financial and operational performance of the entity from quarter to quarter. And also we are looking into the continuous capacity of building to our personnel so that we strengthen the monitoring function with our SOEs. Also with the issue of the legislation, I think we will, as we amend it, try to tighten the loopholes that we have seen that currently most of our entities are not in a position to interpret and implement in accordance to the clauses that are enshrined in the current legislation. Thank you so much, Facilitator. I think for now, this is what we can present as a Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. She just mentioned a few things that are political in nature, so Minister Reichenberg, I will come back to you at some point to speak to those. But I think it's a good segue to one of the key custodians of the SOEs in Eswatini, that the references to the fact that EEC has been one of the better performers. When I listen to Ms. Bujengani, it will seem as if there are challenges, but you've been able to manage to perform well despite those challenges. So one question for you is, how were you able to do that to remain profitable despite all the issues that she's raised? And what are the additional reforms that you think could even make you perform better?
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. The performance of the EEC has been put on the spotlight this morning. And I think one of the reasons why we can allude performance is due to governance within the EEC. This is not to say that there is no governance in other parastatals, but it is also very key in ensuring that we do perform to the parameters that have been given to us. EEC operates within a regulated industry, and time and again we have to comply to what the energy regulator has put in front of us. We also have to operate as a business, not just as a government entity. So there is a lot of discipline that we have to apply within the institution to ensure that the revenue that we collect does not leak. It is used for its intended purpose. Key to this, it is the supply of the electricity to the nation at affordable rates, and also ensuring that the entity is sustainable and it does not depend on government subsidies. And I must say that for the longest time I can recall, the EEC has not taken any subsidy from the government in order to run its operation. We are also cognizant of the fact that we are operating a system that is very key on the economy of the country, and it is important that whatever we do it within the competitive environment and make sure that other businesses remain competitive, because those are the businesses that contribute to our revenue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ernest, for those remarks. Mr. Lamini, I'm going to come to you now because you were just talking about making sure that, well, EEC has worked so much so that they don't need any subventions from the government. Yet, the ESIPAC report, actually, that same ESIPAC report actually highlights the fact that if reforms were conducted within SOEs, it was going to reduce subventions to the 49 Category A SOEs from almost about 2.4 Lilangeni to about 700 million. So that's a huge amount of money that could be used to provide services to the people. So from where you sit at the central bank, what is the importance of having efficiency in terms of the management of SOEs, and of course the reduction in the number of SOEs in relation to fiscal and monetary policy?
Good morning to everyone and all protocol observed. The views I will mention today, they are mine. So that tomorrow when you see it in the press, it should not be written central bank. I think there are a few points that I may highlight, and I won't comment about the size and the number of SOEs. I think that's a political decision. The only comment I may have is I don't know whether we can afford as an economy such that every ministry will have an SOE, because I think if you look at the number, you can deduce that if you have 15 to 16 ministries, it means there are 3 SOEs per ministry. Is that sustainable? That's the question that you need to ask. The first issue that maybe we can align ourselves to is we are about creating an environment conducive for growth, employment creation, and the socio-economic development of the kingdom. That's very important for us as a central bank. But when you look at where we are, I think the report has highlighted the funding models that are out there for funding SOEs. SOEs are important when you look at which sectors, especially in the kingdom. You mentioned energy, for example. I think they are very important. When you look at South Africa, energy shaved off about 2 percentage points of growth. That shows inefficiencies could be very detrimental to economic growth outcomes. That's a very significant one. But I think for our case, we faced almost a turbulent past 3-4 years in terms of our growth and inflation outcomes. And I will draw to people's attention some of the issues that may be linked to SOEs in the country. When you look at what happened, I think around 2020, 2021, I think the government decided to freeze housing and utility expenses, especially for the regulated entities. That meant our services inflation was 0 or negative on average. People have been asking why our inflation is very low. We can attribute some of that to a policy decision by the ministry. I don't know whether that impacted on the SOEs themselves, but I can assume that there is no service that is free, Honorable Minister. And there is no opportunity cost for any policy that is taken also, which would mean any policy decision that is taken, it could either cost the economic agents or the people. One way or the other, I think we need to touch base on either of those 2 points. And other issues, there is an area that is very interesting in the kingdom when we talk about governance. I think we need to be very clear what we speak about when you speak governance. We speak about proper management of public resources. Let's not talk about the other things that are above my pay grade. So when I say governance, Honorable Minister, I'm not talking about the other one. I think you are more better placed to speak about that one when the question comes. I think it is important for us to speak to some of the issues around how we are managing our own resources. I think, and also that's why I touched base first about the funding model. Because the funding model, you are looking at some of the SOEs here or the parastatals, you can simply say that's just an extension of government. And then you need to then link that and say, is government actually efficient to provide some of these services? And the outcome is for you to come to a decision to say you want to create a parastatal, you want to improve efficiencies. But if you then create an agency where you are not going to have a more private sector-oriented management structure in those SOEs or parastatals, you are simply extending the inefficiencies that you are trying to address. I think that's a problem that we have not addressed by creating so many SOEs. And I don't know how to put it so that it's more politically acceptable. But I think for us, on the monetary policy, fiscal interlinkages, we have what we call fiscal dominance in the country, where our monetary policy is almost paralyzed by a policy decision. We decided as a country to be part of the common monetary area. So by extension, if you've decided to fix your exchange rate to an anchor economy, you then tend to have no independence in your monetary policy. I know some of you have been conversing about whether it was right or wrong for us to reduce interest rates. And I told the guys I was sitting with in that desk, and I said, maybe next time you should be surprised when you increase it by 125 basis points. Because if the numbers on our side prove that, that's what we've seen. For us, the pricing of some of the services, they become outcomes in inflation. So any inefficiencies in terms of underfunding of the SOEs, Honorable Minister, they tend to then be a pinch to us. And then the other issue is if you have a deficit, the link then becomes on how you fund the deficit, which might be a problem for us if we fund it in another way. So those are some of the issues that could be on the table in terms of efficiencies.
Thank you, Mr. Lamini. Important points that you raised there, the need to think through the rationale for establishment of SOEs, so it doesn't compound the problem. The need to ensure as well that we better manage public resources. And of course, why efficient SOEs has implications on GDP growth. So thanks for that. Mr. Sibi, I'm going to come to you now. The report clearly highlights, the importance of having very significant private investment levels, which currently is inadequate. It's inadequate to generate the kind of growth and enough jobs to deal with the unemployment issues that Eswatini is facing. Currently put about 33% thereabout. In the academia, I'm sure you guys have been thinking about these things. So what kind of measures are you guys been thinking about within the academic environment that you think the government should adopt, additional measures that will help reduce unemployment in Eswatini? Thanks.
Thank you, Program Director. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope it still is morning. Yes, this is one of the issues that is very much close to our hearts, considering that we actually produce labor, which seems to be sitting idle. So one of the things that we look at is, number one, private sector-led growth. That is a critical component to growth that can actually help us absorb a lot of these, our graduates and this labor force that seems to be in excess. But the issue there with, when you're thinking around the issue of private sector-led growth, you've also got to take into consideration the organization of production. We can have private sector-led growth, but when you look at the organization of production in the new economy, we can just simply have Eswatini be a production hub, but a number of the jobs are kept somewhere within the global value chain, because when you get multinational corporations to come and set up, that's how then they're going to work. So we've got to also think around, as a country, how we package ourselves when we are saying let us go for private sector-led growth, so that we keep a lot of the jobs here. And as an impetus to do that, unfortunately, we are curtailed by, at times, the policy environment. But you would expect that if we had 100% autonomy of our monetary policy, the interest rate is one of those things that we could use to build this new competitive advantage where we're actually taking care of capital, where if the interest rates are generally low. I mean, time and again, I've always asked myself, why are we suffering when the numbers are saying we shouldn't be suffering? So it's one of those things that we need to look into as a country, how we can then keep capital in country compared to having those capital flights. And that is also going to require a lot of work around what competitive advantage are we building as a country? What is it that we are giving to the world that can attract a lot of these multinational corporations to come and work in Eswatini? I think the rhetoric has been, we've always gone out there And one of the things we've sold was our cheap labor that we have. But we are seeing that we are fast losing that advantage as a country, and it seems we are not doing anything else. This is where the issue of efficient SOEs would then also come into place. I mean, the world is moving bounds and bounds, and we seem to be stuck in the previous past. I don't know, for the longest time, the Ministry of ICT and the SOEs within that have been, I think it's always been one of the things we think about, to say how can we build the infrastructure such that ICT becomes an anchor for economic activity. But I think for the longest time, there's just been a piped dream somewhere. Nothing is coming into fruition and into reality. And when that happens, the world moves, we stay behind, and then what we're going to be left with is this excess labor force that will not be absorbed in any markets, because the markets do not want to work the way we still think as a country. So we are seeing that we need dynamic thinking around the issues of how do we create jobs. And also, evidence there shows that as a country we have a revealed comparative and competitive advantage in agriculture. But the issue becomes agriculture is not cool enough for the youth, unfortunately, which seems to be the ones that are bearing the brunt of the unemployment problem. We need ways to make agriculture cool, make it work for the youth. I mean, if you look at Israel, if you look at the tech investments they've made into agriculture, I mean, it's kind of cool. So why wouldn't you have young people looking into agriculture if it is one of those things that they actually identify with and align with? So we've got to think around those means as a country, how we move forward in that. And then also another issue we need to consider is the issue of innovative financing. What we are seeing as a country is our banking model, when you analyze, the banking model is still also stuck in the past. And unfortunately, we are a country that does not have a number of angel investors. You know, it's really difficult to meet a person with whom you can converse and you can raise capital. And yet that happens on the backdrop of a banking sector that's still required, that's still based on collateral lending. So it's one of those things that we also need to work to get to an efficient level.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You know, he's raised quite important points. I want to actually bring the crowd in there. I actually want to bring the audience, because I know you guys have been quite patient listening and, of course, assimilating all the conversation so far. So please, you know, we're going to spend probably about 10 minutes, just to raise some questions, and I'm going to bring the Minister of Finance for his reflections, then hand over to Marco to summarize for us, what the key takeaways have been. So, questions? Any questions from the audience?
Thanks. I'm Fanele, policy analyst. 2 quick points on my part, which is a question for anyone on the panel. The first one is, I didn't hear a ton about the governance internal to the SOEs, and I wonder if there'd be some comment, perhaps from the Ministry of Finance official, or anyone really on the panel, about the incentives. So there's some discussion about the asset growth, but my understanding is some of the legislation ties compensation to assets under management, which then you can kind of see how you generate that sort of problem. So some amount of commentary on that. And then something that the ECB representative made, was a question I had, which is, what is the counterfactual? So there's like, we could have the market, but if this stuff is owned under government, it's not immediately obvious to me that you get around all of these governance issues. Because if you say you just house it internal to the ministries are right here, you can go visit some of them, not perfectly run either. So some discussion about what the exact counterfactual is, I think, would be super helpful.
Any other question before I hand over to, any other question? Okay, there you go.
quick question on the. I saw on the report a lot of comment about the international reserves, and the question I have is it fair to expect Eswatini, or particularly the central bank, to have international reserves at the months, 3 or 6 months level, when there is a free flow of money between the CMA and banks can and do carry funds in those countries, and they use those funds, by the way, to pay for the imports that come into the country. So is it fair to look at the government reserves to the total exclusion of how much banks hold in South Africa for that matter? Thank you.
Mr. Lamini, it seems that most of the questions are coming to you, so can I just give you just 1 minute to respond, or any other person on the panel? Just 1 minute.
I'm wondering why you're saying they're all coming to me, but that's okay. I think on the last point on the reserves, there are international benchmarks. I think we need to start there. The 3 months is important to demonstrate that the economy is resilient. I think reserves are defined as assets that are savings, so to say, that the government and especially the central bank has direct access. So we don't have actually direct access to funds that are held by the commercial banks. So for now, I think we don't want to extend it to that level. I have seen, though, from countries such as Lesotho, when they are reporting on the reserves, they do mention some of the deposits that are held by the banks in South Africa. We will investigate that and see whether it's important for us. I think they are saying I need to comment about governance in the. I think I'm not actually the right person to comment. I think Musangani is the perfect one.
Thank you, facilitator. I think, as Kumbozo mentioned, governance from the inside, and I think maybe I was more on the outside. Governance from inside, I think it's an expectation from the shareholders' perspective that there's always good governance from the management. On the issue maybe of the incentive, once you are engaged and you are entrusted with the assets of those entities, and it is an obligation to ensure that you run that entity in the best practice governance. They may not be cash incentives, but I think instead the incentive can be the improvement in the efficiencies, which will have a positive impact in the development of our economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. MD, any final words from you before we pass it on to the minister?
Thank you, Program Director. I think I just want to make a comment on the governance. The institutions are run on the best practice available. Over and above that, we have to comply to certain regulations that have been put in place. But those regulations are again designed to provide for efficient running of the operation. I'll give an example. There's a regulation on procurement which is derived from the Public Procurement Act. And observing that ensures that your operation is run efficiently as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Minister Reichenberg, final words. Issues have been raised about governance, the political issues in terms of the reforms. Just to give us your thoughts and overall reflections in terms of how we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I suppose just to get into the core of the question is that, governance within government or the parastatals. I mean, this is the core reason why one sets up a parastatal, is because we need to be honest as government. Governments move slow, governments battle to deal with issues on time. It's cumbersome working in government. Sometimes coming from the private sector, it is surprisingly frustrating working within governments because things do move slow, things take, it's a whole lot more cumbersome working within government. So hence, if governments were lean and as efficient as the private sector, there'd be no need for parastatals. And so that's the core reason why we end up opening parastatals. But sometimes we have very efficient parastatals working within. One of the indicators I use is how much discipline is taking place in there. Sometimes I say, oh, Minister, this parastatal of yours is constantly someone being fired, constantly discipline issues. That's the proof of success. That's the proof of that place actually doing a good job if they're prepared to discipline and fire individuals that are not towing the line or doing something wrong. And that's why we set these entities up. But sometimes you set them up and they end up functioning as government, and hence the need for a constant review, a constant cleanup. Say, right, what do we need to do? Do we possibly pull it back into government? Do we merge? Do we do certain things to make it easier? At the same time, sometimes we just follow the lead of, let's call it best practice. But Eswatini also has its own dynamic. We say we are a small country. Do we need to have the exact best practice of big countries? Let us mold those best practices to what is best for us as a country and make those work for us. And I think that's also coming out quite clear in the SOE reform study from Park. But no, the bottom line is, I think really the discussions have been fantastic. Thank you very much to everyone, and really, really appreciate it. And I think I've also been learning quite a bit during the studies. Thank you so much.
Now, please join me again to thank the wonderful panelists for their various interventions and the discussion. Thank you so much. Now we're going to try to wrap up. So I'm going to invite Mr. Marco Hernandez to give us a summary of the presentations and, of course, next steps. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you very much, Ikechi, and I have the very difficult task of standing between you and lunch, or you and your subsequent meeting, so I'll be very brief. And let us recall why we're here. We're here to talk about how to achieve faster growth in a way that creates jobs and deliver us poverty reduction. That's why we're here. Now, in the entire conversation, we have been focusing on the role of state-owned enterprises. And we have done that because state-owned enterprises play a very significant role in the economy. So I was taking some notes of the points, and I just want to highlight a couple of them. One is that it is very important to have a level playing field, and many people have been mentioning this in different contexts. What does that mean? That means that we need to be very careful in assessing whether we have a state-owned enterprise that is playing either a commercial or non-commercial role, whether they are in a competitive environment or not, and there are ways to make sure that whatever the situation is, that we improve it and we get better. And because state-owned enterprises manage public resources and we have very limited public resources, in Eswatini, like in most small countries, then we have to make sure that they use that money well, right? So are they delivering public services with quality, to the standards that citizens want them? If so, that's great. But if that's not the case, then there's an opportunity there for reform. The other one is that there are some actions that are taken that may have unintended consequences. So we need to understand those unintended consequences. We talked about, and when we were discussing, and I really appreciate those comments from the electricity company, that if we were providing electricity and not receiving subsidies from the government, that's excellent, right? And but does that mean, of course, that that's happening across the board? Maybe not, and that's why we need to take a closer look, because there could be better ways to use those resources in a more targeted and efficient manner. For example, if we're subsidizing a public service, we could then say, let's work on the pricing to get the prices right, and let's use some of those savings to provide targeted support to the poor and vulnerable that of course need it the most. right? There are many avenues for action that was thinking, from the presentation and the discussions, reevaluating the role of the state, to seeing how we can encourage competition. Competition is good, and that's because they get the incentives right, and they can usher innovation. So let's see how we can move forward with increasing competition. The second one is to have very clear frameworks, right? Some of them legal, some of them guidelines. Let's have them very clearly so that we can separate functions and make SOEs more effective. And third, let's make sure that we have proper governance and oversight. Some of you mentioned board appointments. Some of you mentioned, financial supervision and so forth. So that's all great. So putting all of that together, I think what we have tried to do with this Eswatini Economic Update, and the first one, right? So is to just make sure that we put some facts on the table so we can all discuss them, right? So let me just run a quick experiment just before we close, is raise your hand if you have ever said to yourself, I'm going to eat better this week, or I'm going to exercise more this week. Just raise your hand if you haven't said that, And now keep your hands up if that failed very quickly. Okay, all right. So the point that I'm trying to make on this is that I don't think it's that different between the decision of going to the gym or eating healthier to just sustaining a reform. And that's why if we usually try to, make sure that we sustain, for example, the action of going to the gym, it is proven that going with a buddy helps a lot, right? Because you push each other and so forth. Maybe you get a personal trainer and so forth, right? So I think it's also similar with reforms and any reforms that you take, right? If you go together, you will go far, right? And the opportunity that we have on sustaining that conversation really depends. Whether we harness that opportunity depends, of course, on all of you. So I hope that we can continue these conversations, that you find the report helpful and, of course, useful for your deliberations. Once again, from the side of the World Bank, a big thank you to all of you, and looking forward to keep chatting. Thank you. I'm supposed to also say that this meeting is concluded, so feel free to grab another coffee or pastry outside, and yes, looking forward to having side conversations. Thank you.
Please note that lunch, ladies and gentlemen, please note that lunch is served downstairs in the main restaurant. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.